honestly going to be required at this point. I have no idea why my ISP hates me so much. It's not even windy out, so I don't know what's causing it. Anyway, technically the stream doesn't start for another 2 minutes, but... Oh, 4 minutes even. I do like how the internet got most of its bullshit out of the way. So it literally lost 90% of the stream immediately. I was just like, well, today might not be the day. Maybe I should start it early from now on. I mean, I'm not really doing anything other than eating just before stream. I guess I didn't exercise today. Uh-oh. I'll be cutting stream a little short today to do that. Yeah, I guess I did forget to do that. Yeah, I could skip a day. Anyway, I'm gonna be slowly nomming on this while continuing the game, because salad is yummy. And it's also like the quickest thing I can cook, because it's just throw greens into a bowl and put some dressing on top of it and you're good. And for a lazy person like me, that's really good. So if I remember correctly, I just barely made it through the Crimson Wildlands with one character. Hopefully everything didn't respawn from the save. That would be funny. And also really bad. It killed my map at least. Alright, I did get 19 experience. Free taunt is pretty nice. But sleep is also really nice. I don't know why the game is now really quiet for me. I should probably up it a little. I'm sure I'll regret that immediately. I don't know which one of these I want though. I kind of forgot what I was doing with them. I'll do Mentalist. So if anything, it just helps me push all my attacks on one character. Oh wow, this doesn't have a sheath. Interesting. Just applies frostbite and... yeah, I think I'm gonna go with lightning. I mean, I'm pretty balanced with him right now, but I think lightning focus is probably a little bit better. Can't fix that, so that's worthless. I kind of wish I had a battle flag. I guess this is actually an option now. Shadow Pillar is really good too. I kind of wish I had another Dark Heal. I think having the ability to just discard a card at will, probably the best thing for her. I still really don't know how to use her yet either. I'll figure it out with the next area. I wonder if it's more crimson. Oh, yeah, totally is. That's really bad. That's actually really good. I think I know who that's going to go on to. Makes sense. He is the drunk. Yeah, that looks like the exit. Oh, there's nothing else here. Okay. Yeah, flame is nothing either. All right, let's just slap this worthless relic in. That'll be my second shadow pillar. Right? Yeah. I could fix this just to have something. I just don't know. It's gonna do that. More healing doesn't hurt. I wonder if it's gonna put me on Carnival 2 or if it's gonna put me in the snow area. Aw, they're so cute. Don't trust yourself, right? Yeah. Ooh, having more sheath abilities would be fucking sick. I guess it has to be focused encroachment, doesn't it? It's like the easiest skill to use. Synergizes with a lot of stuff right now, too. So I really just need to upgrade this further. Oh, I'm out of bread now. Okay, it does throw me to the next one. I still don't have a sun cape for you. Wait, do I have a crescent cape? I think I have a crescent cape. I do have a crescent cape. Okay. Take this for now. Alright, I'll hand you the crescent cape. Okay, so I moved that quest along. That's good. Well, double -8 is -16, so that's not gonna work. That's a really strong attack, actually. Holy shit. Healing 0. Well, not using that. Tactical assault's probably or attack is probably the best one. Reckless charge is also an option. She only has one other attack, and her attack doesn't really matter as much for healing. Yeah, I'll take this. Oh my god. Hold on. That needs to go away. Not buying viewers. Hello, EG. How are you doing? I just found my first chatbot that got around my restrictions. That was fun. I'm doing great, actually. Yesterday was kind of a shit show. I didn't have power for literally my entire day. But other than that, it was fine. Wasn't too cold. Alright, back to the game. Alright, I saved the hedgehog. Oh, I really need bread. Yeah, we're getting bread. Need more mana. I've had bots for fucking 6 years, mate. Those things are relentless. Yeah, she's got charge. Perfect. I can switch out this. This is worthless right now. Perfect. I'm so glad that thing spawned first. Hey, and I appreciate it, man. Sorry, I just noticed what you said. I'm eating and gaming and not conducive to reading chat. Let me finish one of those things so I can focus on chat. But it really needs a forge. I know, but I still feel bad. It's like most of the point of streaming. Gather Thunder. And now I have a bunch of worthless skills. Well, fuck it. There we go. Heal this dumbass. Oh, you got overcharged now. Oh, we can do this too. Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, nice. I got Thunder Frost. That goes away, right? Plans for today? This game and this game alone, because I'm trying to get to the end of it. I did the Crimson Wildlands, which gave me a massive buff. So I'm hoping that carries me through past whatever's after this thing, but I gotta get after it first. If I can get bound and don't kill him, I think I get another ending. And because every time I've killed him, I've gotten the same ending where Zara goes batshit insane. So I'm thinking if I just get bound and don't actually pick up a sword, I'll see what happens there. Oh man, why is this so good? I don't want it though. I'll take the rapier, actually. That's much better. This goes away. The rapier gives speed and attack. Speed basically increases every enemy's turn counter by 1. So the enemies are a little bit slower to attack me, which is nice. So because I have +1 speed, This giant would have attacked me at 4 instead of 5. You can also have a negative speed, which just allows enemies to attack right off. Which, if you have a lot of healing or a good shielder, that could be okay. But you'd have to rely on party shields rather than personal shields, because personal shields would expire before you get attacked. What do I even have here? God, he still has a basic attack. Alright, so they're both taunting, so this hits both. Jeez. I probably need to chain heal him. I hope to God this thing goes first. That's worthless too. Okay, perfect. Well, this is just a good cast regardless. I'll take an extra mana. Her attack's still reduced. There we go. This artifact is hard carrying me, by the way. There are 2 or less skills in your hand. Draw a card every time you cast. It's so good. I just don't have to worry about my card draws. It limits me a little bit, but at the same time, better to have options than none at all. Oh, you're just dead. Okay, mana. Oh, I really should get another mana. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and get one more. I don't have any cursed equipment. I don't think. Everything I have is beneficial. I'll take a blood bank though. I'll hold off on that though. This is just trash. If only I could go for the money power thing again. Ooh, that's really good actually. It's also kind of hard countered by my relic, so... yeah. I'll throw a tantrum. There's the boss. There's the shop. There's the bread I could have used earlier. Oops. Is that just a cast? No, it just applies frostbite. Ooh, zero cost dark heal. Okay. I just need something to discard with it. Doesn't have a skill, so that's worthless. Well, you're not bleeding, so there's that. So you're guaranteed dead. You're causing pain, but who cares? I'm not going to waste my time healing you. And we're good. Okay, one more mana, please. Have a good relic. Fog Totem. That is a really risky gambit. I mean, that works really well with my explosion. It heals me and deals 40 damage to all enemies. So I can't knock that. Alright, do I get a new boss or do I get Sharian's hard counter? I get Sharian's hard counter. Okay. Please, for the love of God, get her. Oh no! Let's just stab yourself real quick. Okay, I really need not scatter darkness. That's better. Gonna do that now. Oh, just ate my buff. Okay. Yeah, I'll throw a tantrum. Focus encroachment's really good. Except I can reckless charge too. Might be my entire turn. Oh, that's disappointing. Yeah, I'm gonna start getting rid of her skills now. Shield on her. She's only got reckless charge, and that thing kind of hurts. I have so much MP and I want one skill right now, please. Tantrum's worthless. Damn it. So many of her skills, dude. Oh, that's not gonna work out well. I can focus, but that's worthless right now. I can't kill her yet. Oh, I also have to target myself with something. Oh, get wrecked. See, I don't want to accidentally use this card because I'll just kill somebody on accident. It won't let me use the size. I really want to attack, but I also don't have any attacks. There we go, perfect. Eat shit. Shadow Pillar, yes! So it's focused encroachment. That doesn't leave me enough, so eat shit. Healing wave, get rid of that, heal everyone else. We'll marry in that next turn. Well, whatever. Oh wait, it costs too. It's too cheap. So this is just not gonna insta kill anymore. also kind of sucks. Does this just ruin my day? Okay, no, it applied to, okay. It went the right direction. Oh, she is dominating everyone. Oh no, she switched. Very net, everyone. Let's see if I can get something that isn't the mentalist. Reckless charge works. Goodbye. I still hate that boss so much. Alright, we got size, another attack for her. And spite, sure, that was a pretty good card. Do I have any identification scrolls? Ooh. Good, but also not. I wonder if this makes a... This might be how I use my hammer. Wait, where's the blacksmith? Did I miss that? Oh, no. Unique? Oh, it's rare. Take that. Use that on the assassin's eye. Didn't get his sword. Damn it. Honestly, this is probably really good. It's Iron Hearts and not something I really want, but... So I'll do this. And then... This should give me a unique still. There we go. Second sword goes to you. You can have the health. Alright, now I got a good sword for Hila. He's also going to get a level up. Actually... Nah, you're good now. Hello, Sacrificial Toast. How you doing? Good to hear. Ooh, that's really good. Okay. Can this get upgraded too? Not the best. It doesn't have any healing. Depression. Slap this in here. We got 5 keys. Oh, hello, Hedgehog. What do you want from me this time? Wait, you're gonna kill me? What the fuck? I kind of don't want to attack you. It's too adorable. Can I just stun him? I don't have any sleep spells. Never mind. Are you attacking? Let's do this. This music's also really good. I'm a huge fan of it. Oh, you're also really weak. That's disappointing. Man, I really like that thing too. Oh, now you go find his son and ask him not to kill me. That's actually kind of good. Because I already naturally miss, so having an extra 33 but still being able to deal the damage is really good. Yeah, that's just an upgrade. So I'm gonna look at that. Alright, what's in the shop? Ooh, a second dark heal, that would be good. Nightmare Syndrome would be really good too. This is a new one. That's just a party-wide heal. Pretty wide shielder. Shadow Pillar just lost a lot of its effectiveness because I can miss my debuffs now. Don't have an Absorb Me, so that's worthless. Dark Barrier, I don't have either. Drunkenness is probably the only thing I would even consider on his line. But this is pretty good too. I already have it in size. I'm not too worried about that. The only reason I have it in size because it was the only attack option I ever saw from her within 3 level ups. Sleep is also a good option. I think I'll go with Nightmare. She only has... Oh, so I found them both. Yeah, it sucked because she was the only one left alive in the Crimson Wildlands. So I had to fish for an incise. Or I was fishing for an incise, but my relic blew up the enemy instead. Actually kind of funny. Yeah, I'll go with Nightmare Syndrome. He needs a decent damage dealing attack. I get a dark heal from this? No. Oh, this is all worthless. Great. I guess this is probably the best one. At least I can heal that. Attack, Faint Resist. So that would be 2 there. You'd only get Lightning Slash. Her Incise would be buffed. His Plant Spite would be buffed. So I'd rather put it on her. Not super confident in my current setup, but hey, whatever. Really wish I had a mapping scroll. I got 1 purification scroll, so figure out where to throw that. They're all... No, these 2 are taunted. That's so good. I can plant Spite, that would work. Well, I don't think I've ever fought this before. Other than having a billion turns, I don't know what his gimmick is. So this should kill. Throw tantrum. I'm gonna... No. That's a 1 in 4 of that working out. Ah, yes. Don't keep you alive. Got it. That sucks. Well... Oh, I got excited. I thought it was a mapping scroll. What can I even use that for? I guess the tequila. The next thing I upgrade. Actually, I'll upgrade that ring. Please be good. That's fine. Battle flag! Yes! Oh, I was waiting to see this. It's a little late for it, though. Also kind of sucks. Still, I'd rather have battle flags. That changes a lot of things, actually. Well, maybe. Turns that to a 0 cost. Turns this to a 0 cost. I can actually fix something good to her now. Assuming she has anything I can actually fix. I can't set that as fixed. It's upgraded. I could throw an Eve help on there. Oh, does she? Yeah, that is definitely much better then. I'll take a 1 cost Swift in size. So that battle flag is going to replace Sunset, I think. Absolutely worthless. Alright, you're getting rid of your basic attack. I can't fix Gathering Thunder. Fuck. That needs to be played from the hands. So that doesn't change anything with him. It's like most of his shit can't be actually be affixed. This is probably something I could use though. Yeah, I just have better sheath options than this thing, so I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna hold on to that basic attack. Hasty is probably still better. I don't even know this one. I think I'll still keep the fixed protect. So it changed two things. Still. Just battle flag in general is just good to have. Hard carried my first run. There's nothing in the shop I wanted, yeah. Golden red bread would be good if I had a fire. Dark cross, I guess, is good. I think I've got 2 Midases, right? Hold on to that. I might want it. Fighting here is actually kind of worthless now, isn't it? Not earning EXP. What do you have for 1 costs? Oh, in size. Well, I guess Spite and Mental Shock is probably good. It's probably the worst setup ever, but whatever. Oh wait, what am I doing? Come on, man. You can't do this to me. It just hard counters my... But cheaper. So this would cost 1. These would cost nothing. The debuff, so this doesn't mean anything. I guess it kind of slightly buffs Shadow Pillar a little bit. All right. Perfect. Am I fixed? Might as well eat the bread. is probably gonna go terrible. But, whatever. Hello, psychopath. Goodbye, psychopath. I might as well. Oh, okay. Sent. Played. Okay, so that's good. Well, this is awkward. No matter what this discards is good. No one's hurt, so I'm gonna wait on that. Oh, that sucks. Who are you attacking? You're targeting self, so it's gonna be another shackle. Yeah, I guess I gotta do this. Probably throw a tantrum first. I know I just gave him a 20% power increase, but it doesn't really matter. Well, with any luck, this actually is good. What are you doing? You're attacking her? Perfect. Okay, so he's stunned. My Thunder Frost is absolutely worthless. Kind of wish I could change targets on it. She's gonna get shackled. Don't have him identified. Gonna protect her. I didn't really get any useful potions. What? Never gotten this skill before. So this is just bad, right? Oh, this actually covers discards too. Then I have to hit these two. But I'd rather not. Yeah, it looked worse than it was. I thought it was a lot worse than that. Let's go deep in thought. Let's throw a tantrum. Let's get 7 cards. Or 6 cards, right? Forget that draw happens first. I'm happy with this. Well, it's a 1 in... No, I don't have mana. Never mind. I could get mana. So he's gonna beat the shit out of me and discard some cards now, right? Worthless. That sucks. I guess the Mentalist. Does Eve right now? He does. They get a second attack in. So that's 2 hits with Eve, I believe. That's less than fine. Yeah, I'll use this now. I could throw someone in Death's Door for this ability. I don't have him identified though, so I don't know who he's gonna punch. Ah, wasn't the one I was hoping. Alright, who you pumping? Who you bopping? Okay, good thing I healed her. Fuck off! No, I'm keeping Dark Heal. Fuck Focus Encroachment. I'm keeping Dark Heal. Who died? Oh! Well, I guess I should have gotten rid of her, huh? You're hitting everyone. Can't do Deep in Thought. I risk losing 2 characters. Marionette doesn't heal. I can Swift Shield somebody and then... Oh, she's got a 32 shield. Never mind. She's fine. So yeah, I'll do this. Healing wave is good. I don't have enough damage to kill him. Oh, wait. That was a mistake. Whatever. Reckless charge. Mind spite. Okay, so Shackle just prevents that. So what happens if I don't kill him? Actually, you know what? If I'm gonna potentially progress, I'd rather do it with a party I'm actually familiar with, because this is a first timer. The Mentalist is a first timer. Go away. Okay, so it's asking me to skip this, so... oh. Oh, it's new? Hold on. Oh, wait, shit, this is new. Where's the Czar? Fucking Azar. I kind of wish I didn't skip all that then. I thought it was the same thing. I didn't notice Azar was gone. Lucy, is something on your mind? Why are you spacing out? Azar, no, it's nothing. What about the time shade? I have it here. Alright. So we're headed to the clock tower, right? Yep. Lucy, can you go first? I have something left to do here. Something left to do? Yeah, it won't take long. Alright. Klein. I know you're still alive. Lift your head. You're starting a conversation with me? That's new. What is it thou seekest for me, O Ark Investigator Azar? Is this how I'm supposed to speak? I'm not here to mess around, Klein. I'm here to help you. You're planning on helping me. What nonsense. Do you remember how long it was since we last spoke? About 2,500 loops, if I recall correctly. 48 years ago. You didn't listen to anything I had to say. You're planning on helping me now. How audacious. You want things to stay the way they are? You should thank me for giving you this opportunity. No, you're the one that should be asking me for help. What? I have no regrets now. I've adapted to the pain. I don't mind at all if things keep going like this. And besides, I don't want to team up with the guy who put me in this state. Stop bluffing, Klein. You're just wasting both of our times. Waste of time? Don't worry, we have infinite time. Well, fine. I'll hear what you have to say. What are you planning? I want to break the infinite loop. Oh, this is new. You know how to, right? How to break the loop? As long as you're bound to this place, you can't do anything. So tell me. I'll end the loop for you. How to break the loop? Well, that's simple. Just use the privileges of the Program Master. Are you kidding? I've already told you the Master is sleeping for eternity. I'm asking you for a different solution because there's no way to wake up the Master. No, there is one way to awaken the Master, albeit for a brief moment. How? The archive. The archive of the Ark program. You will find the clues you need. Alright, I have a lot of those to go through. The archive? You mean the place where all the old records are stored? You're saying I can find clues about how to awaken the Master in there? Hey, Klein. What is this clue? At least tell me what to look for. This guy, he's already dead. Phoenix told me very clear, there's no way to wake up the Master. However, Klein's the one who made the Master privileges. He might know something that Phoenix doesn't. That bastard Klein, pulling back such crucial information until now. The archive. It stores everything that happens within the Ark. It's been left unattended for a long time. But it's probably still functioning. It's where the archive is located. It's in the secret unused area. Oh! Well, I've already been there. Its tentative name is the Crimson Wildlands. Or Wilderness, whatever. I can't know what kind of state it is. People never go there. Well, let's give it a try. I'll do anything as long as it's a possibility. Okay, so I need to go through the wildlands again, or wilderness. Also, go through the giant backlog of crap that I have right now. I'm just gonna go. Bye. No loot for you, suffer. Oh, I can just hold down a button. Oh, right. I unlocked Phoenix this run, too. Oh. That headache. Holy shit, I found a lot. I will come back. You have anything new for me? No. Alright, Lucy, can you now pick up a sword? No, okay. I can purchase everything. So I still have this door over here that I have no idea what's about. Now I gotta go through the archives. See how much crap I missed. That's not the archives. Oh, that symbol is okay. I still can't do the encyclopedia. Oh, okay. So that, okay. I really should go through these. Yeah, no, I've read a bunch of them. It's just, I've always been to this point at the end of my stream instead of in the middle of it. So, I've never actually had the time to look. Where's the Czar? What's he got? Well, that makes sense. Still one locked file. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's almost my birthday. That's not news that you want to hear almost on your birthday. The abnormal climate change that took place starting this year are rapidly developing into an uncontrollable state. The highest temperature on the 6th was 32 degrees Celsius. However, the temperature dropped to minus 50 degrees the very next morning. The entire peninsula, covered with snow, seemingly entered the Ice Age in the middle of August. Also, hails of over 20 centimeters in diameter are devastating the central region. This unknown phenomenon is occurring not only in Korea, but around the world. There are many countries that have been completely paralyzed by countless casualties. The world is quite literally freezing. The Earth is now in a state of complete ruin and chaos. On the morning of the 7th, a spokesman from the United Nations issued a statement that this was only a temporary phenomenon that would soon fade away. However, the public consensus was negative, presumably due to the fact that the global community has already suffered severe damage. Some experts claim that the Earth's average temperature could fall below minus 170 degrees Celsius within a few years. Researchers worldwide are conducting investigations day and night to discover the identity of the normal Super Ice Age. Still, there seems to be no answers. Meanwhile, evacuations are continuing from all over the country in an effort to relocate people to relatively warmer regions. There's an emergency government meeting planned this afternoon to address the sudden population movement. Victims are urging the government to establish a clear plan for the days ahead. So that was the end of days. And this is the guy's picture, so this is something I kind of want to see. Hello, I'm the executive director of the ARK's program. Oh. Whoops. I've been killing this guy the entire time. Huh. First of all, to everyone who has gathered here. Okay. I love reading too. This phenomenon took us by complete surprise, and we've had very limited time remaining. There are various projects making progress throughout the country, but the method that most of humanity chose is cryonosis. Well, I'm sure I said that wrong too, but whatever. According to inside information from agencies, the population has already gone to sleep. Hibernating is a valid solution to the catastrophe. It's easy to accommodate a huge quantity of people. However, it's certainly not a perfect solution. The biggest problem, as we all know, is the phenomenon is going to persist on Earth for a long period of time. There's a possibility that this period could become longer than a few hundred years. At most, we could expect around 1,000 years. The possibility of waking up is very low. As for the worst case scenario, they might end up asleep, I'm assuming, forever. Humanity could very well... Therefore, we started the ARK project as a longer-term solution. The ARK project is a revolutionary way to maintain our daily lives during the grand catastrophe. The ARK, everything we need to sustain human life. The ARK's sustainable and will keep everyone safe. Yeah, this is just getting harder and harder to read. Even if you cannot be inside the ARK, a cryonics facility nearby, right after the grand catastrophe, and it's dead. Okay, so what was that text that I missed? Oops. Picture. Oh, can I not read it again? I can't. Okay. How do I get... There we go. Oh, you know, just... I can show you exactly what's going on. Okay, so it's just those who have supported us in the development, and then it ended. So, currently, we have some problems. So... That's why a lot of stuff is messed up right now. It's now 9 o'clock. Looks like they're busy preparing breakfast. The outside is getting worse, and currently, it's getting increasingly difficult to hold on. The current progress of the project, it's a little behind schedule, but it's running smoothly without any major issues. We might be able to operate the ARK soon. I'm hopeful. The ARK project proceeds without a problem. Even those who couldn't board the ARK may also be saved. There are various survival projects underway around the world, but many seem to have made little progress. Even if some of them are successful, saving countless people from cryonics. That's going to be such a hard word for me to say. I'm not used to reading that. Seems unlikely. The other projects seem to have been abandoned the people in a cold sleep. These projects are merely methods to avoid being killed momentarily. There seems to be a little chance of surviving until the grand catastrophe is over. But my project is different. We can save everyone. That's why our team feels more responsibility. We are also working to ensure the project is successful. Cryonics, I like it. Yeah, it's just, I'm not used to seeing those letters in that order and putting a word to it. When you're multilingual, it tends to be a problem sometimes. His name was... Hey, it's Azar. You want to discuss a critical fault within the Ark project. I thought it was a matter that we could think about after the Ark was put into operation, so we decided to put all our energy into completing it first. To some extent, I already knew the truth. That's why we prepared a solution in advance. The solution is for the worst case scenario possible. The solution for before the end. Anyways, the point he made was from the Ark. And dead. Okay, so Azar joined after the project. Hey, November 15th versus... Okay, so at least I was able to celebrate my birthday, this scenario. Okay, this must be the fatal defect. The BH-1412, a cryogenic pod model developed by the world-renowned IT corporation Nova, has been distributed across the globe. However, a recent discovery made by a YTube channel has revealed a fatal defect within the BH-1412. Currently, the video has been deleted from the platform. The archive of the video is still being distributed across the internet. The video provides direct evidence of the system errors within the pod, and many insiders claim that the contents of the video are true without a shadow of a doubt. So, was this Azar's doing? The cause of the defect is presumed to be an update that the Nova released to fix an issue regarding the BH-1412. Since all cryogenic devices are based off the BH-1412 model, it's highly likely that other models from other companies will carry similar problems. Many people are already using the BH-1412 cryonic technology in preparation for the catastrophe. So this discovery is likely to stir major controversy worldwide. Hey, we still have internet at, what, 6 months after the world froze over? We're good. The following is how the BH-1412 operated before the update. As the pod started, the user is rapidly frozen, and the observation of external temperatures begins. Once the temperature drops to a certain threshold, the device switches to hibernation mode, and the human body can remain frozen without additional energy input. In this state, the BH-1412 is on standby until the temperature rises to an adequate level, in which case the device starts defrosting sequence and awaken the user. The revolutionary technology utilizes the extremely low temperature of the catastrophe to its advantage, and it was expected to preserve countless human lives for an extended period of time. However, recent studies have shown that the temperatures can fluctuate erratically during the global cooling phenomenon. That means that it's possible that the pod system could recognize a momentary shift in temperature as a sign to defrost the user. And humans awakened this way would likely not survive if the temperature was suddenly dropped again. In response to this problem, Nova has implemented a system update that the pods can be accessed from... Assess? Jeez. The external situation more precisely. However, this created an entirely different problem. According to the analysis by the YTube video, the temperature sensing fluctuation will shut down once the pod reaches 80 years in hibernation mode. That means people will not be able to wake even if the climate has returned to normal, and the eventual power outage could lead to death. A huge number of people have already entered the BH-1412 cryogenic devices to avoid the catastrophe. But those left behind are in utter shock at this new discovery. Experts claim that okay, there it goes. Experts claim that the cryopreservation technology is still in its primitive state, reached a limit due to lack of time and resources. Even amidst the controversy, Nova is still recommending people to enter cold sleep. And Peter, CEO of Nova, is ignoring all warnings about halting the distribution of cryogenic. Okay, so Peter is a new name. Due to a lack of viable alternatives, the United Nations is supportive of Nova's opinion. In other news, get wrecked. Alright, so I gotta go. See if I can read that last bit again. Okay. Peter, okay. Okay, so it's something about a conspiracy and then it just became gibberish. I'm not sure exactly why we dive into the dungeons yet. We cause a loop, but we're all in cryogenic sleep. And based on the looping system, we've been in cryogenic sleep for about 60 years. Give or take. Yeah, no, I completed a run. I'm looking at the archives now because apparently there's a hint on how to progress. Yeah, I beat her and then I beat the loot boss again. We're all gonna go extinct because of fucking Peter. Fucking Peter. Goddamn Peter. Peter, you fucking idiot. Anyway, he promised us that we're gonna be safe. Now there's suddenly a defect? Fuck, the cold is killing me, and now this bullshit? I'm gonna go insane. Oh, this doesn't... Oh, scrolls WS. Oh. World is over. Let's just all die together, LOL. I saw people in this movement called Stay Awake. Does anyone know about that? I heard about the people refusing cryonics and living under a subway station. It's possible to survive through the cold like that? I don't know. I want to kill Peter so bad. Any brave volunteers willing to serve him justice? Yikes. That's the internet, though. That's correct. Thumbs up. The climate changes happened without any warning. They told us the cryogenics would help us survive. Cryonics would help us survive. And suddenly there's a defect. With Nova's technology, maybe possible they're scheming something. Or I'm just tripping, I don't know. You think so too? Telling you, some sci-fi conspiracy shit going on. It's all connected. You realize that all of our phones are produced from Nova, right? This guy's next on the Nova hit list. Don't stay too close to your phone, it's gonna explode any moment now. Wow, this theory is more popular than I expected. Bunch of troglodytes in the forums, like always. Nani? So hype, XD! So how does this make any sense? What could possibly gain from wiping out the planet? Nova employee arrested in burning lab. Nova workers really are in the blue liquor grind set until they freeze to death. Actually, your grammar is incorrect. That's also very accurate. Too many crazy people outside. The supermarkets are probably all empty now. I'm starving. Seems like the internet connection is completely dead overseas. We don't have much time left either. Sad face. Society falls. We rise. I kind of want to go to karaoke and forget about all this. I think cryonics is the best option. Apparently, other countries have already exceeded 70% cryonics rate. Living under a subway? Sounds like a good way to die, lol. It doesn't make sense realistically considering the expected temperature. I think it's better to place our bets on cryonics. Who knows? Maybe the catastrophe will be over within 80 years. Agreed. The UN keeps recommending us to do it. I don't see why not. My whole point demolished because of grammar. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know what's right anymore. Seems like more people are choosing cryonics, so maybe I should follow. I'm not gonna volunteer to freeze to death. That's crazy. Fun fact, you're gonna freeze to death even if you don't choose cryonics. Fun fact, I can survive by gathering firewood under the subway station. Fun fact, you're not even gonna last a month. Lamau, you're never waking up. Go ahead and kill yourself. Why is this kid so mad? Nickname checks out. Hey, they really do have the internet on lock. This is just like a shitty Reddit, essentially. Oh, there we go. We got Twitter. Public interest retweet. Pre-sped the news. All cryogenic pods use a system made by Nova. However, a serious defect was recently found in their system. The subway is safer than cold sleep. Refuse cryonics and stay awake. Is this a troll? Humans physically cannot survive at negative 150 degrees. The subway station definitely is an underground bunker. I don't even think the president's bunker is going to keep him safe. Boycott Nova products. Jeez, dude, this is Twitter down to a fucking T. I'm not going to read all that. That's a lot. What else we got? Oh, that's the last page. Okay. So essentially, Nova fucking headquarters up in flames. All right. Intense criticism against Nova has persisted since the discovery of the defect in the BH1412. I hit fucking D thinking that was going to advance something. Oh boy. Citizens are destroying their local distributor cryogenic pods and posting pictures of it online, and the terrorist bombs are appearing all around the world. This morning, an armed faction appeared in the laboratory at Nova headquarters and opened fire, resulting in numerous casualties. Most shocking detail is, nearby civilians who heard the commotion joined forces with the armed faction, taking part in the attack. One glance at the crime scene is enough to tell the extent of the current public outrage against Nova. In the event that truly displays the state of anarchy in the world has fallen to. Okay, so this guy isn't Nova, right? No, this Ark project. Okay. Well, that escalated pretty expectedly. Peter, CEO of Nova, was found dead the morning of the 25th, local time. The cause of death was determined to be suicide, and it is believed that Peter had been feeling extreme pressure due to failure of his project. His will was also found, which stated, "We did the best we could, and it is not a defect, but a technical limitation. I apologize to anyone. If there's no alternative even after I die, please use the cryogenic pods. Have faith that you can wake up." Were some other comments he left. Immediately after his passing, the Nova employee posted the message of harsh criticism against Peter. Is that... I wonder if that employee is a czar. Because how else would he know the defect so soon? Because he noticed the defect and told Klein about it well before it was made public. So Azar might be a former Nova employee. The employer revealed various instances of CEO Peter treating his workers as objects to be discarded when they break, and claimed that he had an inhumane attitude of firing any employee who did not meet his standards. Fuck, at this point, Peter might just be a czar. Following this reveal, the controversy and accusations against Peter have grown and showed no signs of stopping. David, a business mentor at Nova, has stated Peter was always under immense pressure from the competition. He had a tendency to make harsh decisions and defend the title of best IT company. He slowly became isolated from other people. not only from the people around him, but also from society. I believe social pressure was most likely the cause of suicide, David concluded. Okay, so this is, I think, the first memory of Lucy, too. I'm reading. Oh, the guy. Azar? Katana Man, I don't think Azar was a katana. I think he was a short sword. Yeah, no, he's a depressed guy. I forgot his name. It's gonna be really bad when it's something, I think it's Ilya. Yeah, this is Azar. Yeah, he wields a short sword. And then I think it's her is the one in the picture. And yeah, Illa. Or Il, whatever. Depressed drunk. That's what he is. Oh, I'm missing another character? Hold on. Oh, yeah, donation box. Unironically, he's only been on my team twice. My normal main is Hein. Whoops. So I normally do him. And then my first clear was him, Ironheart, Purcell, and I forgot who my last was. I think it was Silverstone. Yeah, he was one of my recent unlocks. So I've been using him because I do like his whole mechanic. Oh, she's locked until I've used certain record. Okay. And I just unlocked her. And unfortunately, I unlocked this asshole. I think if I were to choose like my ideal team, I'm not a huge fan of Chain. How's the bird an asshole? He eats bread, and if he doesn't get fed, he fucks off. But if you give me something to eat, maybe I'll stick around. Also, if he's the last one alive, he also just leaves and kills everyone. I played him back when it was what 1.3 when I last played this game. And this guy just ate all my bread and then fucking killed everyone. It's like, I'm hungry, I'm not doing anything. Bye. And then on my first run of this save, I managed to get to the 3rd level and he just straight up killed my entire party. So he's an asshole. Alright, on to Lucy's first memory. I probably should review all of her other memories too. Oh, is this just a picture? Oh, it's just a picture. Okay. I heard he's decent for setting up infinites, but that's about it. But I'm not that good at the game yet to find those, so I'm just going with whatever gets me through the content right now. Okay, so that's Lucy. I really want to say that's Sharion, but the hair's not right. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to hit that button. And yeah, obviously the other one's Miss Chain. The only I can make out is Lucy in the center here. Apparently there's a face back there I didn't even realize. Klein, that bastard. I didn't expect him to be this thoroughly prepared. The loop system. Prepare for extreme emergencies that could occur within the Ark. Upon activation, it overwrites everyone's memory with the initial memory data. Is everyone deluded into believing that this is their first time connecting to the Ark? This must be the safety net that Klein keep hidden all this time. If he ever screws up, it never happened, is the plan. Wait, hold on a sec. You might have thought looping backwards would be enough to solve any problem. What if the loop is completely bugged and the memories don't reset? What if the dead come back to life and the horrible memories remain? What kind of world would that look like? You will regret creating the system, Klein. That's Azar, and he did that to himself. You're back, Mr. Klein. Haru, that's a new name. Well done today. Azar, Haru, where are you going? Where are we eat? We skipped lunch. Oh, Mr. Klein, about the connections testing scheduled next week. Yikes, is he back already? I didn't have enough time. I should go with plan B, I have no choice. This system involves wiping... Wait, that's not Azar? This system involves wiping everyone's memories. It must be a segment that prevents Klein's memories from being reset. I utilize that. It worked. Should get out of here before he notices me. He naded the edits. They blew up. They're gone. Made the edits in a rush, but I managed to create a flaw in the system. I can probably make the finishing touches after I connect to the Ark. This will destroy it. The Ark project. Look forward to it, Klein. So it's... Huh. So it's not Azar. Unless it is Azar, but it looks like it's not Azar. Oops. Damn it. Based on dialogue, I'm going to assume that it wasn't Azar. Mr. Klein, the population check has been completed. Oh, hey, Sis. 600 people in the cold sleep, including the research team. 600 within the virtual world. A perfect match. Thank you. We should get started then. Oh, I'm losing frames. Hopefully I haven't disconnected. Sorry if I did. Now, let us begin the Ark project's opening ceremony. First, there will be a speech by the executive director. Greetings, everyone. My name is Klein, the executive director of the Arks project. I am honored to be in the in this glorious moment together with everyone. This moment will surely be recorded in the history of mankind and will serve as a great leap forward towards a brilliant future. To many people who supported the launch of this project, once again I offer my sincere gratitude. Before explaining about our future lives here, I would like to preface it with a brief overview of the project. As we all know, the climate changes that started a few years ago, in a matter of hours, developed into an unexpected catastrophe that swept the Earth. At this point, the entirety of the Earth has already been frozen, and has become completely uninhabitable to mankind. The remnants of humanity fled to underground bunkers or participated in cryonics. The future is being hopeless and unpredictable as it is, many people viewed cryonics as an act of suicide. With that in mind, we embarked on a project that combines cryonics with the ability to observe the outside world. Well, we fucked that one up. That is the origin of the Ark project. The Ark project, like many other projects, is based on freezing our bodies. However, we have managed to create an environment where the body is placed into a cold sleep but the mind is connected to a virtual reality program. From today onward, we will be able to live our lives comfortably within this virtual world. Next are instructions regarding our lives back on here on the Ark. It's previously announced that researchers will live in the research area, and the civilians will live in the village. For the safety and security of our facilities, civilians will be restricted from entering the research area. We ask that for your understanding. And about life within the village, our general manager, Miss Sis, will explain the details. I'm the general manager of the Ark's project, Sis. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Miss Sis will oversee all daily activities within the Ark starting from today. I just unlocked her, so that didn't work out too well. She possesses extraordinary talent of managing people and facilities. Furthermore, she is the only one that could assume my position in case of an emergency. Researchers and civilians alike, please consider Miss Sis as an actual person in charge of your daily lives. Sis, I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. First of all, I'd like to point out some details about the Ark project. The virtual world that we stand on is a 99% copy of the real world. Unlike other virtual worlds in popular VR media, all laws of reality apply within here. Of course, dangerous aspects such as the pain or death are restricted by a special protector, so there's no need to worry. Well, that one fucking got wrecked too. Jeez. Because the Ark functions based on the laws of reality, most of what can be done in real life can be done in here as well. For example, farming, building, and raising livestock, all of these activities will help you acquire basic necessities. Each and every one of your actions will contribute towards building a new human society. Make a new human society? What in the world are they talking about? We need to work even inside the virtual world? Why do we need to do that? Please stay silent, everyone. If you have any questions, we'll answer them one by one. Hello. So it seems like we can do various things in this world, but what are we supposed to do after the opening ceremony is over? First of all, after receiving your keys, you should check your living quarters. After that, you can engage in various activities to develop our new society. For example, you can craft and sell tools, obtain meat and hides through livestock, grow various crops, run a restaurant that sells delicious food. Once you have a basic social foundation, you can even buy land and build a convenience facilities or entertainment facilities. With the advancement of technology, you could use computers, smartphones, etc. Life in the Ark should become more convenient than once we can use the technology of the real world. So, is there a convenient system for tasks such as cooking and building? It's a virtual world after all. I would like to reiterate that the laws of reality apply within the Ark. Such unrealistic systems do not exist here. We have to do everything with our own hands. What, you want us to do these things with our own hands? You said the project would allow us to live comfortably. Why the hell would we need to work? Does the realism need to go this far? Let's just live comfortable lives. Please let us finish our words. Everyone, why did we participate in the Ark project? Well, to survive, of course. Indeed, we all struggled to survive. And it's thanks to those struggles that we are still alive to this day. So, now that we've achieved our goals, does that mean we should stop struggling? That... I do not think so. Everyone, what's the definition of comfort? Doing nothing all day? Pursuing no dreams while waiting for the storm to pass? Can this really be called comfort? The comfortable lives we propose is primarily survival. That means no one freezes to death, and we can all live under a warm sun. Think about all the people outside who couldn't afford cheap cryonics and froze to death. But I've never done any hard labor in my life. Don't worry too much. We'll ensure that you can receive the bare minimum necessities. The aforementioned living quarters are yours to keep, and it's also possible to generate funds and resources by trading with merchant NPCs. With this method, you'll be able to obtain everything from food to clothing to any other basic necessities. We'll provide further instructions regarding the topic in the near future. You may question why we even need labor within the virtual reality. That is totally understandable. However, I want us to set our sights for the distant future. We may very well be the last survivors of humanity. We may need to spend up to 1,000 years in this place. But if we laze around while waiting for the grand catastrophe to end, do you believe we could survive the world after the catastrophe has ended? After the catastrophe? The ecosystem will have been frozen for several hundred years by the time we wake up. The world we see then might not be the world we remember. In that state, do you think we could truly survive within the devastated Earth? Keep this in mind. The Ark is by no means a paradise or refuge. This is another reality which we continue to struggle in. I ask for your cooperation and understanding in our cause. Now, if there are no more questions, let us begin a new life within the Ark. There is a small celebration party planned after this speech. We have prepared a feast to commemorate the successful launch of the Ark project. I hope this can be a good opportunity to deepen our bonds in the times ahead. That's all I have for today. Thank you. Oh my god, that was a lot of reading. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab some water. My throat is dry. Oh, water required. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, my throat was... I had a hard time not cracking my voice near the end of that. I should have brought a water with me before I started reading all this. Oh well. Second day of the art project. That is... That's definitely one of the long ones? Okay. Second day of the art project. Isn't that Hein? I'm only halfway through the game. Oh, they don't have the thing where the stupid bird cucked me. Okay, so this line is Ark Project starting. So this is reality. Everything before this is reality. So this gap is all of Ark running as normal. And then I have no idea what this is, but this is when shit got all fucked. And then this is... I do have something for after that, don't I? Maybe old loops. I don't know what this line here signifies. But there's also nothing in between there. Oh yeah, this signifies Ark project start. This signifies when loops start getting all wonky. And I'm going to assume this is just after whatever loop. That's the don't worry about it section. Oh shit. We get a proper background. It is Hein. Okay. Hey, remember when he wasn't a psychopath? This is bad. We're all doomed. Oh. Okay, so Annie's actually... Is that Miss Chain? If so, then Annie is Miss Chain. Okay. Fine. I told you everything will be alright. Sure, there's a bit of commotion from the opening ceremony, but the celebration party was pretty lively. We've already made a few friends, you know? That's because you're friendly and social. Oh, before that, there's no way a noisy place with a lot of people wouldn't be lively. Was the mood really that bad? I didn't notice. I don't like crowded places, so I just took a look around the entire area with Azar. I saw a couple of people who seemed very discontent. Thug-looking guy, what was it, Silverstone? He had a scary look on his face while murmuring things to his group. I don't know her name, but some tan-skinned woman was caught by the security while trying to snatch some food. Ah, the assassin. Huh? What happened after that? She ran away with inhuman speed and vanished. That's weird. Why would she steal party food? There's no reason to do that. Maybe she's trying to stock up on food for the near future? Thanks to protect her, she wouldn't die even if we starved. Oh, we wouldn't die even if we starved. However, since we have to rebuild society from the ground up, it's difficult to find good food for a while. Well, there are all kinds of people in the world, I suppose. Don't worry about it too much. How do I not worry if a rebellion happens? Well, if a what happens? Ah, Mrs. Hello? Did she come here to eat? Did you sleep well? I hope you haven't had a hard time adjusting to the virtual world. I slept wonderfully. So please continue what you were talking about. Some kind of discontent rebellion, I think it was? I seemed worried that the public reaction wasn't very good. The public reaction? We spent night and day developing this world under Mr. Klein's orders, right? Azar and I, the development team, worked so hard on this project. I thought the people would have been delighted to see a virtual world, but after seeing those cold reactions... Maybe we should have made a comfortable virtual reality rather than taking all these extra steps for realism. What do you think would happen to humanity if that were the case? What? Think about why our boss told us to make the virtual reality similar to our own world. Everything in moderation. Humanity needs technology for sure, but excessive amounts of it will hurt our ability to survive. We are not only refugees from the Grand Catastrophe, we have a duty to carry on the flames of humanity after it's over. Hein, think about yesterday's opening ceremony. Was everyone really against the virtual world as you claimed? We fully expect to have some unhappy people. Life in the Ark has just begun. Once we settle into our new lives, I'm sure the discontent will fade away. Do you really think so? Hein, the virtual reality system is perfect. You and your development team did an excellent job. There's no need to feel down just because a few people express discontent. We are all alive and well thanks to your efforts. Mrs. I'm moved to tears. Hey, there's no need to cry. You can do it, big boy Hein. I told you not to call me that. I checked on the civilians after waking up today. It seemed like the atmosphere is really becoming more peaceful. Everything will be alright. Mrs. Thank you so much. Somehow I feel more motivated. I should tell Azar about this too. The almighty Miss Sis saves the day with her benevolence. Well, I can't have my subordinates filled with worry. It'll reduce work efficiency. We're all going to be busy again from here on out. Stay vigilant and let's weather through the storm together. All right. Man, Crybaby Hein all the way to Heinz. Crybaby Hein all the way to, or Hien all the way to. His probably name is Hien, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna Google translate this one. I've been calling him Hein the entire time. Google Translate. I'm bad with names, so this is just par for the course. Why am I Googling? Just translate.
Hein.
Hey! Google agrees with me. That's probably not a good thing, but whatever. Okay, this is one with Annie. I've already read this. Yeah, Annie, Joey, and someone else, right? Marland. So that's another person who I don't know. We got Haru and Marland so far. Peter's dead. We got Lucy. I'm assuming this is Annie. Joey's probably in the background. I think this is the same day, yeah? Yeah. So this is Marland. So that's probably Marland. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna figure out who Marland is. That... I guess that's the Ark symbol. What a disaster. To think that the Earth was we used to live... To think that was the Earth we used to live in. Thank goodness we finished the preparations in time. This is all thanks to the efforts of talented people like us. Chio. Okay, you're not who I thought you were. Chio, you're here. Yep, just finished the report and uploaded it to the drive. How's the situation in Town Square? The overall vibe seemed fine. It looked like everyone had adjusted well. The interesting part is the oligarchs from the patron groups are actively stepping in and leading the people, even though everyone should be equal here regardless of their financial power. Of course, the reason why they're oligarchs, the reason why they're rich in the first place, billionaires didn't just become billionaires out of nowhere. Anyway, nice work out there, Chio. How's your condition lately? Are you feeling well? Yep, the avatar system was created by the almighty me, so there's no way I would feel sick. Are you still worried about me? I told you there's no need to. She kind of reminds me of Lucy. dye her hair yellow and slightly different eye color. Well, I'm just making sure. Hey, I'm not a child, you know. I can get by just fine. You have time to worry about me. Worry about your daughter Lucy instead. Okay, that ruled that theory out. Wait, so I've been killing my dad the entire time? Hell yeah. Yeah, Lucy don't like you at all. I don't think Lucy likes me. Huh? Look at this guy. How could a father say something like that? Lucy probably wants nothing more than to spend time with her father. Oh, I spent plenty of time with my daddy. I'm no good at parenting. I don't even know how to approach her. Poor Lucy. She's waiting so long for Daddy to return. I thought she would feel left out so I told Annie about it. Seems like Annie's taking good care of her. She'll probably be fine for a while. What? Is Annie supposed to be Lucy's mom or something? You're the one who should take care of her. I know you're busy, but how can you neglect her for so long? Alright. I will adjust my schedule soon to meet her. I think I heard that same line a week ago. Be nice to Lucy. She may act cold on the outside, but she really likes you. And Lucy has no one to rely on except you. Show her plenty of love before the relationship becomes irreversible. What do you mean, irreversible? I'm gonna be on for another 90. I got work tonight. But take care, mate. Thanks for stopping by. She's just a child now. But what would you think would happen if she became independent? At that point, you two could really become strangers. I appreciate it. Take care, man. Do you plan to stay away from her for the rest of your life? I give up. I don't feel like prying into someone else's family problems. Anyway, I finished my work for today, so I'll be heading out. I see. Running a few laps around town as usual? Yep, now that I'm able to run freely with this body, gotta use it as much as I can. Also, I get claustrophobic for being inside the control center all day. Keep up the good work, Klein. Okay, so she's new. That's a name I haven't even encountered before. Apparently there's mines. Oh my god, he's jacked. What happened to cause you to use guns instead? Alright, we're doing great. Keep it up, boys. Yes, sir. A huge tunnel located 200 meters underground in close proximity to the village. I became a work supervisor under boss's orders. When we first set foot within the virtual world, this place was nothing but a barren wasteland. As the researchers said, we need to build a new society. The outside of the village is in complete ruins, just like how it would be when the catastrophe is over. It's possible to gather some resources from the ruins, but nowhere near enough to support the population, just when things seem hopeless. Natural resources were discovered from various parts of the land, and the people started making tools from ruin scraps, which laid a basic infrastructure for our society. I never thought I'd be working in the mines of all places. I thought all I needed to do was swing a pickaxe, but it's harder than expected, don't you think? Are you sure you're even doing it properly? Who knows? None of us have even worked in the mines before. Making us dig mines without any safety training. Those bastards. Hey, over there! Who told you to chatter? What's that guy doing here? Apparently he's supposed to be our chief. I'm about to burst from the stress. Mining is the basis of all manufacturing. It's the source of coal and iron, as well as various other fuels and metals. In other words, to establish dominance in the New World, we need to seize control of the mines. What was our boss's opinion? Damn it, if it wasn't for the boss's orders, I wouldn't have to deal with these shitheads. Hey you, I want to mention the safety training, right? We don't need things like that. Huh? What if there's an accident? Don't forget, we're in a virtual world. We can't die or get hurt here. A while ago, I actually tried to amputate an arm for one of my boys, but I could only leave a small cut on him. He did feel some degree of pain, but nowhere near the pain of having an arm cut off. And the wound vanished in an instant. We're truly invincible here. You guys understand now. Simple mining can't do us any harm. Really? That's amazing. Shame it doesn't make the work any less hard, though. Thought I gave you enough break time. We still haven't filled the daily quota yet. Now quit yammering and get back to work. Damn it. These wimps don't even stare me in the face if it was in normal circumstances. Unless there's no pain or death in the world, violence is completely meaningless. Such a cruel world for a mobster like me. Baby Joey, dude! Oh my god, it's so adorable. I always knew he was a pretty boy behind the mask. So tired. Air here is stuffy and humid. Can't breathe. I'm gonna faint. Hey you, stop slacking. What, you got a problem with me? I told you to take a break. Huh? Aren't you the son of Joel? What, you know my father? Joel had an iron grip on the ranches along with the people at Eclipse. Why choose hard labor in the mines when you can just work under your dad? That's because I'm an elite. My father told me I could help everyone if I came here. Joel said that. For fuck's sakes, how is this kid gonna help here? No, maybe Joel left him here because he was useless. What? You heard that right. Joel doesn't give a damn about you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm the proud son of my father. Witness my technique. I just grab a pickaxe like this and... That's about right. As soon as the boy struck with his pickaxe, a thunderous boom rang across the mines, along with a dusty wind. Everyone halted their task, startled by the sudden impact. What was that? What's that sound? You guys hear that? Quiet, can I have everyone's attention? I'll go and assess the situation, so you just stay here for a bit. Hey Brett, you're coming with me. Why me? You need to go back. You're only gonna be a nuisance here. No, I can't. Why? I returned to my father empty-handed. Oh. Boss! Subordinate rushed over from the direction of the loud noise. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to call me chief around these parts? The tunnel. The tunnel exit collapsed. And the people trapped under the rocks. What? The abandoned underground mine of unquestionable condition. Workers who have close to zero expertise in mining, as well as complete lack of safety training. Who needs safety training anyways? This is a virtual world. We're invincible. They thought nothing could scare them in this world, not even the fear of death. All those circumstances combined were more than enough to cause carelessness. As the ceiling collapsed, the passageway was blocked with dirt and stones. In front of the blocked passages, people were shouting over the pile of stones. Hey, are you okay? Can you hear me? Say... Can't breathe. But I breathe dirt in my lungs. Hang in there. I'll get you out. Oh no, we need to help him. Hey kid, what are you doing? Put down that pickaxe. Why are you stopping me? If we don't save him now... Are you crazy? We're gonna be buried alive too. Look above you. Just a little more pressure, the whole thing's gonna collapse. Then what are we supposed to do? Stay calm. At the very least, they won't die. More importantly, don't touch that stone pile. We just have to wait. Wait for the right help to arrive. I did say that, but are things really gonna be okay? There's a protector in the virtual world that prevents you from dying. The pain is also reduced by a significant amount. However, what if you're in a state where your body is crushed and unable to move? What if you can't see anything, and every time you try to breathe, you stagnate a mouthful of dirt? Even if death is prevented and the pain is reduced, wouldn't you feel fear beyond comprehension? And it'll only get worse the longer it continues. Dying would be quick and painless in comparison. Damn it all. I never wanted to come to a place like this. It's noisier than usual today. Oh, it's a mentalist. Quietly observe people from the corner of the village. This has been my usual afternoon routine. By observing the activity of human groups, you can learn more about others. That knowledge will inevitably become tangible benefits. However, the mood seems to be slightly different from usual. Not the usual boring atmosphere. I never got into unnecessary trouble. I always maintain the position of a bystander, but I should go check it out. Oh, hey, Marland. I don't think she's a character I can play. Just under a different name, like Alice. I don't recognize her anyways. Somebody help! The town square presumed to be the source of the sound. In the middle of a crowded area, a young girl was screaming urgently. There's an accident! Anyone, please help! Oh dear, what happened? You see, the mines collapsed, and the people are buried under the rocks. The mines collapsed? How can that be? We need to rescue them. Rescue? But wait, is it even possible for us to rescue them? It may be possible, maybe it'd be possible in the real world, but now we can barely even farm. Even if we had the equipment, we'd risk making the situation worse. This is bad. The researchers. Let's call the researchers for help. Since it's a virtual world, maybe the researchers can do something about that with their technology. The researchers aren't supposed to interfere with our lives. People are dying here. Is that really a concern? They should be held accountable for this incident. The Protector would probably save them from dying, but I can't. I can try talking to the people at the research lab. I know one of the researchers there. Maybe I can ask. Is that so? Then we'll be in your debt. Let's go to the mines. Maybe there's something we can do to help. Buried alive in a world where everyone is immortal. This is quite interesting. Let's go spectate. That's about right. I'll blow my nose real quick too. Nose getting stuffy. All right. Emergency meeting. So I know what Marlin looks like. Here's a brief summary of the situation. The incident occurred at a mining site 7 kilometers away from the village. There was an incident in which 7 civilians were buried in the tunnel 20 meters below ground level. The time of the incident was approximately 4 hours ago. And the security team is currently inspecting the mines with a specialized scanner. Who would have thought that the mines would collapse? Sorry, we were in a rush to meet the deadline. I'm the leader of the development team, so I should take responsibility. Damn, she was timid back then. And he was less depressed. Of course you should. Mr. Hila. Miss Leanne, how do you plan on taking responsibility? About that, Only words? That won't do. Do you want to know a good way to take responsibility? Go to the victim's family and do a naked kowtow. While begging, it's all my fault. I see. I'll go right now and... Excuse me, what are you saying? Youch, so scary. Can't even joke around. Joke around? Sir, can't you see we're in the middle of a conference? Sir, you mean me too? Call me by my name, says Jen. Told you not to call me that. Please leave. What? I just got here. I told you to leave. I'm sorry, it won't be a distraction, I promise. By the way, why is Miss Sis leading the discussion? Where did Mr. Klein go? The executive manager has entrusted me with this case. I see. Laid back as always, that fellow. Is this guy Ilya? Ilya? Whatever. Unpleasant douchebag, just like the rumors. Ooh, and you must be the super underqualified, the embodiment of nepotism, Chio-chan. Nice to meet you. What did you just say? Ignore him, Chio. It's a waste of time. Anyway, this accident is not the fault of the development team, so there's no need to worry. The safety accident could have very well happened in reality. Objectively speaking, the negligence of the field workers was the greatest factor. For now, let's think about a solution rather than judging responsibility. Miss Sis. According to protocol, we should not be helping the civilians. We decided to interfere as little as possible after all. However, in this case, the civilians do not have the technology to rescue the trapped people. If this were real life, the accident would just end with a few deaths, but those people aren't even allowed to die. Allowed to die? That wasn't a joke, by the way. A fate worse than death. That phrase exists for a reason. Virtual avatars cannot die, but they can still feel pain. It's obvious when you think about it. Pain is a form of stimuli, and erasing pain will hinder your sense of touch. True. The solution to that is the protector. But the protector isn't omnipotent. It can't relieve the pain. It can relieve the pain, but it cannot completely erase it. Being buried alive is probably the worst case scenario. The entire body is crushed and it's possible to lift a finger. The dirt will fill your lungs as you try to breathe. The accumulated pain will soon exceed the limit of what the protectors can prevent. You would faint due to the unbearable pain, but then wake up, struggle, and faint again. And then wake up again. It's surely hell on earth. That's really interesting! Gonna be really loud with this kid. It's like a paradox of immortality, isn't it? Our researchers happen to be very interested in this subject. We can even write a thesis about it. Yeah, to be honest, aside from the morality part... Huh? Hey, don't make me empathize with you. But why can't the pain be completely erased? With our current technology, I think it's easy to separate pain from the other sensory functions. Marcela, you said he wouldn't be a distraction. Got me some slack. I still think this is in line with the topic. Wouldn't it be comfortable if there was no pain? For example, instead of waiting for the elevator, I could just jump out the window and land on the first floor. It's because of people like you. Me? As you said, Mr. Ilya, it's certainly not impossible to implement such a future. However, pain is a valuable warning signal from the body. Without pain, people would do such risky actions without a second thought. Imagine living in a state of 100 years and going into the real world. What do you think would happen? Oh, I think I'd jump out like usual, then oof, immediately regret it. Let's be careful not to confuse the two words, everyone. Sis, how are you supposed to rescue the people without further casualties? Just dig through the ground and pull them out? It would be dangerous to disturb the ground. One wrong move and the tunnel could collapse further, causing the rescue team to be trapped in as well. I think what we can do right now, the protector level. I'm sorry, can you speak louder, please? The protector level, I think we should raise it. The protector level? If we raise the level to the maximum, they should feel less pain. What? You can change the protector strength. Yes, in most cases, it's set to around medium. Does that mean we can turn it off? It's possible, but we probably shouldn't. Mr. Illa, please stay quiet. Chio, do you think there'd be a meaningful difference in raising the protector level? I don't know. As you said, the protector is not omnipotent. Even if we raise the protector strength, it wouldn't completely block the pain. The protector is surprisingly useless. Who could have expected people to get buried alive? From what we gathered, it seems like raising the protector level won't accomplish much as long as people are still trapped. So, I propose we use the power of an artifact. Artifact? Miss Leanne, do you have any artifacts that could aid in the rescue operation? A portal gun could help. Warp to the other side of the wall, maybe. But the underlying risk of the collapse won't be addressed. Then we should probably create a new one. It's possible to create an artifact that can harden the terrain so it doesn't collapse? Yes, I'll make it as quickly as I can. What's this artifact thingy? It's my first time hearing about it. An artifact is a special tool that can defy the laws of physics within the world. It utilizes the creative functions of the game system that remains as a dummy data. Ah, so it's like a food tray in our kitchen that restocks whenever we're close and open the lid. That sounds convenient. Let me make one too. You cannot. Artifacts are only created by authorized personnel of the development lab. It's a tool that must only be used in serious situations. What a shame. Don't you think so too, Chio-san? Yeah, shame. Hey, don't ask me! Still, if you had such a versatile tool, wouldn't it be possible to commit the perfect crime with it? Murder trick that not even the best detectives can solve. Murder? What are you saying? I think a perfect crime would be difficult. Water. Water! I need water! There's certain restrictions on what you can create. For example, you can't create something that can control or harm others. Even if you were to commit crimes using such a tool, there would probably be unnatural traces of... Stan? No need to make a serious reply. Anyway, let's leave the artifact to the development team. Is that okay? Of course. I'm partially responsible for this case, so... I'll try my best. Good to hear. Please contact me as soon as you're ready. I will send the security team right away. That's all for today's conference. Everyone stay alert in your respective positions until the artifact is ready. I'll notify Klein as well. And Mr. Ila, please stay here for a moment. Huh? Me? There's something we need to discuss. The others may leave now. Thank you. I'll keep you updated. Okay, see you later. So what did you need to discuss this, Jen? Could it be, are you going to confess? I'm looking forward to it. How many times do I have to tell you, do not call me that? Mr. Ila, about that murder trick. What you were insinuating. You have plans to kill someone, is that it? Hey, come on, I was just joking. Last night I was reading a mystery novel of that was popular a few decades ago. And I got a bit carried away. A joke? Mr. Ila, I already told you countless times. Come in with a serious attitude. Keep making those kinds of comments. But it's boring. An Ark project already succeeded when we all made it to the virtual world. How about we just judge the strict attitude and have fun? What did you just say? Huh? The Ark project already succeeded? Mr. Ila, why do you think we're living here? Well, countless people out there are struggling to survive in cheap cryonics, without any evidence that they'll ever wake up again. The responsibility I feel towards those people, it haunts me. Whenever I eat, whenever I rest, I even have trouble sleeping at night. Have you ever thought about that responsibility, even once? You should at least know that the project carries the weight of a billion lives. Why so serious? I wasn't slacking off or anything. Never act like that in front of me again. If I see that attitude one more time, you'll be dismissed from your position. Is that clear? All right. I won't do it anymore. Miss Jayla, we've all worked day and night on this project to get to this point. Of course, I'm aware of your contributions in remodeling the underground shelter and designing various facilities. However, this does not mean your job is done here yet. Until the catastrophe ends, until we wake up everyone out there waiting for us, the Ark project is not over. I'm sorry for getting angry all of a sudden, but I think the researchers should set a good example. Especially those in senior positions like you. One day, that carefree attitude could really come back to bite you. But you see, Mrs. I admit I've spoken too carelessly, but even I can distinguish what is important. I share the same sense of responsibility. Why we must save humanity, why we must make the Ark project a success. Then you should act accordingly. I'll keep a close eye on you from now on. Please do not disappoint me. I'll be heading off now. Okay. See you soon. Mrs. What is everyone doing here? A watch party? Do y'all have nothing to do? Not at all. Is this how he got depressed? Or is he the traitor? Oh, great. We're on the Phoenix things. Open the door, you bastards! Sir, I brought the cutter. They're dead meat now. I'll tear your limbs off when I catch you. Fine, how long is this gonna take? We don't have much time. Almost there. Just a little more. System. Activating emergency freeze system. 3, 2, 1. Quickly. Done. Now charge in. 1, 2. Emergency freeze system ready. Emergency freeze complete. Did it work? I think so, since there's no sound outside. Whew, that was close. We're safe for the time being. We really could have died. Did you get hurt anywhere? Nope, I'm the legendary Phoenix after all. A potion that ignores the loop and restores lost memory. Never even heard of it. A potion? I'm gonna write that down. So it might be that I need to farm potions for my next loop. How did that guy even make such a thing? Should be possible to do within this virtual world. Must have been set up before entering this world. Also, that person knows about the emergency freeze system, judging by how the people are sent to this exact location. I have no idea how this information was leaked, though. Unless we got here in time. Imagine what could have happened. Whew. So, what are we gonna do now? The Ark is completely frozen except for the two of us. Looping is out of the question. The Ark project seems like it's over. Project continues as it is. Continue by yourselves. Of course, the ultimate goal of the project is to survive within this virtual world until the outside world becomes habitable. Spittable. Everyone is frozen but still alive. All we do is wait for the grand catastrophe to be over. But our life inside this world... seems like our secondary goals have been abandoned for now. Given the circumstances, it's not worth taking the risk to fix it. Our best course of action is to safely complete the project and save other people once the catastrophe is over. Just a little delay could cause the deaths of countless peoples outside. Klein, I've been wanting to ask something since we got ourselves into this mess. What is it? Why aren't you using the master program? If you use the master program, you could solve the loop issue, memory issue, and everything else. We could just pretend this disaster never happened. I will not use the master program. Why? Didn't you make it specifically for times like these? If you're not going to use it even after we reach this point, why bother making it? I've created the master program for cases in which the Ark project is unable to continue. We've deviated from the original course, but it's still possible to achieve the end goal of the project. There's no need to use the master program for now. But, Phoenix, using the master permissions is like wielding a double-edged sword. The power is so extreme that it must be used when there are no other options. Even if we wanted to use it, there's no guarantee that I can contain the master permissions due to the strict procedures. Procedure? Do you mean the vote? Precisely. Only those who are supported by a large number of people can obtain the master permissions. I don't really understand that either. You created it for an emergency, so why did you make the requirements so strict? Besides, you're the leader of this project, so why wouldn't everyone vote for you? I doubt it's as simple as that. Did I ever tell you, before I entered this virtual world, I had a lot of worries. What kind of worries? Even after entering the virtual world, would I still hold the same convictions? What? I was worried that I would change my mind after staying in the virtual world for a long time. Maybe I could decide that I never wanted to go out into the real world, for example. You, of all people? People change their minds all the time. If anything like that happens, I myself would become a big threat to this project. To prevent such a scenario from happening, I set up a vote system. If I ever betray the project, or something else happens, the most trusted person can become the master in my stead. No more mention of master permissions. We don't need to use it for the foreseeable future. Anyway, are the cryogenic pods ready? Almost. Why did you want me to turn them on? Because we need to freeze ourselves as well. I see, we need to freeze. What? Phoenix, are you ready? Yep, anytime. I clicked off the screen. It's all run with a large array of human-sized capsules. This is the freezing room designed as an emergency shelter. I await my time here, like a newborn baby in an incubator, my small and pretty body curled up inside a cryogenic pod. This cryopod looks the exact same from when we entered the virtual world. Our real bodies are in a cold sleep, but our virtual avatars are also gonna cold sleep. Dream inside a dream. Wasn't there an old movie about this? Phoenix, are you really okay with this decision? If you want to stay awake, I'll gladly stay awake too. Nah, there's no knowing how long it's gonna take. And we don't have much to do either. Let's hurry up and pass the time so we can see Earth again. I have a duty to stay up in the outside. A duty to wake up the outside people, right? You're always catering to my needs. I'm truly grateful to have someone like you by my side. Hey, you're gonna give me chicken bumps here. Well, anyway. Let's sleep. See you later. Huh, I look forward to when we wake up. Next time I open my eyes would probably be after a very long period of time had passed. This is very different from the virtual life I was hoping for, but if we can see the real world that much quicker, maybe it's not so bad after all. Unable to freeze. Error code LOL 1412. That's a number I know. Freeze process terminated. Huh? Ouch. What? What? Why is it not working? Klein, are you... I seems to be sleeping. Then why only me? What's going on? I was taken aback by this unexpected situation, but I decided to stay calm and do what I could. Yeah, this could be just a temporary issue, or the pod could be broken. Let's try a different pod. Get wrecked, nerd. Please work, damn it! What's going on? The other pod's not working either. Why can't I freeze, for crying out loud? Maybe because you're a firebird. Oh, I have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. However, as a researcher, I cannot tolerate a failure to identify the cause when a problem occurs. Right, I'll figure it out no matter what. I don't know much about pods, but there should be a documentation somewhere. Ah, found it. Error code 1412. Avatar info mismatch. Everything made sense now. The reason why Klein succeeded and I didn't. I see. The avatar was the issue. I guess I guess there's no choice. I don't want to, but I'll have to go back to my original form. Wait, is that even possible? The device is in the control center. The control center is probably damaged from all the riots. In panic, I spread my brilliant shining wings and to gracefully flutter towards the control center. Yeah, I don't think it's doing too good. Ah, I knew it. The control center was already demolished and burnt to a crisp. People must have swept through it while activating the emergency freeze system. This is bad. I can't go back to my original form, which means I can't freeze. If we loop, that would fix the control center, but would unfreeze everyone else. I don't know if we can survive a second time against them. What should I do? Should I wake up Klein? I doubt Klein can do much about this issue. Rather, he would try to stay awake with me if he realizes I'm able to cold sleep. Klein would be forced to pass the time awake because of me. Forget it. I shouldn't cause trouble for him. That's right. This is my problem. I'm the one that needs to deal with it. A moment ago, Klein told me that he was always catering to his needs. But I feel the opposite. Klein's always the one who's looking after me. And I would have never come this far if it wasn't for Klein. He is my savior, after all. Well, it's all good. Actually, I was a little hesitant to freeze in the first place. Playing alone has always been my specialty. There's plenty of time. Let's play to my heart's content. Klein, just take a good rest for now. I'll be protecting the Ark in your stead. Okay, so... looks like riot happened here. So, calm before the storm, the mining incident. And then shit hit the fan. It looks like the riot probably happened at this line. Yeah, this really is just the nothing fucking happened section. Phoenix is sitting on a bench. I'm alone starting from today. How long is this gonna take? 10 years? 100 years? I should wake up as soon as there's a change. Man, who knows? Something's bound to happen as long as I wait. Alright, let's do this. Day 7. Phoenix is looking at the observation equipment. It's much worse than what we got here. Huge hailstones are raining from the sky. Day 22. Phoenix is flapping his wings. Everyone is frozen like a statue. It always gets on my nerves. Just wait here, everyone. I'll guard the Ark in your stead. Day 64. Phoenix is staring at the CCTV. There are no blind spots in our CCTVs. Are there any suspicious people? Well, there's no way there are. Already almost a year. Phoenix is looking at the observation equipment. I think I saw something moving just now. Probably just my imagination. There's no way there's something still alive in this weather. 2 years. Phoenix is taking a nap. 2 years in again. Phoenix is controlling a robot. Huh. This thing still works. Feels nice to walk around in reality, even if it's a remote control. Now this is actually 2 years past. Phoenix is pain. Oh my god, my throat. I haven't done this much reading since Danganronpa. Phoenix is painting in the town square. Instead of wasting away, I should do something productive. Behold, the grand debut of Picasso Phoenix. My goal is 1 artwork a day. That is lofty even if you have infinite time. Day 1331. Phoenix is playing a video game. So close. I hate that 2% miss. Damn it, I'm not quitting till I clear. Holy shit. So what, 5 years now? 5, 6, 7, 5 is 15. So that's 8 years. A little under 8 years. Phoenix is bathing in the sun. So warm. Encroaching on 9 years right now, a little under 9 years. Phoenix is sleeping. And we jump right ahead to like 14 years. Phoenix is performing alone. Where are the men? It's a little lonely in the desert. Snake replied, it's also lonely among men. Oh, he's starting to get a little bit more bored looking. Phoenix is looking at the observation equipment. Any abnormalities? Of course not. Feel a little depressed. Let's go paint something. Jeez. Almost 20 years in. So we've been stuck for a while longer than that. So I might be actually encroaching on 100 years. Phoenix is painting the town square. Wow, the birth of a masterpiece. There sure are a lot of paintings stacking up now. Phoenix is currently checking on the Ark's project's participants. Ah, found you. There you are. Name, Maria. Status, civilian. Age, 32 years old. Found her in front of the civilian town hall. What was she doing? Phoenix is lying on the floor. Phoenix is looking at the observation equipment. Any abnormalities? None. There you go, happy bird. Holy crap. I'm gonna whip out the calculator real quick because my brain cannot mental math that high. 15. 42 years. Phoenix is playing a video game. What kind of game is this? So little content. I have nothing more to play. Phoenix just bashed his own game. Oh, I love it. That's definitely Chrono Ark right there. Holy shit, 80 years there. A little bit more, almost 90. Phoenix is painting the town square. Woo! There's no place to put these paintings now. Phoenix is painting the town square. 7,721, 7,722, 7,723. How much did I count to? Jeez. So that's already over 100 years. 45, or 43 rather. 519. Almost 120 years. He's looking at the observation equipment. Oh, there's another 20 years. And another. Oh, music ended. Fun times are over. Phoenix is looking at the observation equipment. Is this really happening? There's nothing wrong with the equipment, right? The temperature is rising rapidly. Is the global cooling finally... Oh, right, Klein. Klein's gonna wake up any moment now. Wait. The fact that I'm awake. How do I explain it to Klein? Obviously, Klein didn't... Actually, that probably is Klein right there, isn't it? So between here and here is only that much, and that's like, we'll say 150 years. That's one hell of a gap. Found you. There you are. Name, Maria. Status, civilian. Age, 32 years old. Oh. Okay, so that was... Shit, that was like 80 years in, right? I'm comparing the Ark project participation list with the current frozen participants. There's no real reason to do this. I suppose that's meaningful to check if the people are doing well, if there are any abnormalities. It's quite interesting to guess what situation the people were in based on their position, their posture, and location. Or maybe I'm getting really lonely. I'm always alone after all. 212th participant. Check. Wow, these sure are a lot of people. This passes the time really well. I should do this whenever I get bored. Who's next? Huh? As I was thinking about the 213th participant, one name stole away my attention. It's you. Well, I know exactly where to go. You were locked up in that place after all. No need to get nervous. Just act natural like I did with the others. I don't really want to go, but I have no choice. Gotta count everyone in the Ark project, or else there'd be no point. It's so dark in here. How long do I have to go down? dark spiral staircase devoid of any light. Relying on the light of my own body, I carefully descend the stairs. The Ark has a built-in prison. Life in the Ark, projected to last for an extremely long time. Our prison was prepared just in case, but it was almost never used. Well, that's obvious. The participants of the Ark project, researchers and civilians alike, go through a rigorous screening and selection phase. Basically, there was only a handful of people who could cause trouble, and no one ended up in jail. At least before a certain incident happened. Probably one of the things I'm missing. Alright, we're here. But because of this person, the peaceful state of the Ark project began to tilt. So this person started the riots. The culprit behind every incident, and the one who drove the Ark to an emergency freeze. The betrayer who was hiding within our ranks. Alright, you here, like I expected. What? How are you frozen like that? It's almost like you're awake. Well, that's impossible. I'm the only one that can move freely at this point. Man, that reminds me of when Klein and I caught this freak. We had succeeded in identifying the betrayer, but it was too late. We had no choice but to freeze the project. Yes, that freak single-handedly ruined everything. You stupid dummy! Serves you right, that's what you get for... Who's the dummy? Ah! What? You... Did you just speak? What's so strange about that? Knew something like this could happen. I still find it hard to believe. The betrayer was in prison, bound by shackles, just like the last time we met. However, this person was most definitely awake. Impossible. How... Phoenix. Long time no see. How's the outside world like? What? The outside world? You traitor. If it wasn't for you, everyone would be enjoying their lives in the Ark. No, it's fine. What's done is done. It's already over. There's nothing more you can do, locked up like that. A fitting end for a scumbag like you. I don't know how you managed to avoid the emergency freeze system, but I suppose it works out. There's a couple centuries left till the catastrophe is over. It must be torture having spent hundreds of years without anything to do. You reap what you sow, don't you think? Emergency freeze. So, that's what happens. You're laughing. Can't you read the situation? You're done for. Can I ask something? Where's Klein? What's he doing right now? What? Klein? Klein's sleeping inside his cryopod. Why do you ask? Klein is sleeping, without you. So what are you doing here? Me? Well, why do you ask? I have no reason to tell you. If Klein is sleeping, that means only you and I are awake right now. But Phoenix, why are you awake? Phoenix, could it be? That scared the shit out of me. Wahaha! Very well, I'll tell you why I'm awake. Due to my omnibenevolent nature, I decided to guard the virtual world for the sake of humanities. It's not because I couldn't freeze. I chose this fate on my own. So you couldn't freeze? No, it's on purpose. I see. I understand now. Yes, your avatar. You couldn't freeze because... Wahaha! That's right. The unquenchable flame of this body defeated the cryogenic pods. Well, if all you want, you're the same as me. The same as you? You're stuck in the slammer, wearing huge shackles. But me, I can play games, watch movies, even enjoy my hobbies to my heart content. I've been having fun so far. I intend to keep it up until the distant future. You have spent hundreds of years alone, but are having fun. What a weird kid. So is this the little white-haired chick? It's the only person I can think of that I know. Do you like this world that much? Of course. If it's this world, I can live here for tens of hundreds of years. Then you wouldn't want this world to end, right? What? Unless the catastrophe goes on forever, you'll one day go into the real world. What do you plan to do then? What do I plan to do? Well, we've got centuries left. I'll think about it when the time comes. You're always the same, Phoenix, averting your eyes from the truth. If it wasn't for that attitude, you wouldn't hide behind that silly costume. Yeah, it is Chio. Isn't that right, Phoenix? No, Chi. Shut up! You don't know anything. I know your plan. You're trying to taunt me to do something weird. Try all you want, I won't fall for it. Yeah, I guess the eyes are the same. Okay. You're mistaken. I was just trying to warn you. Go back and think about it, slowly, the meaning of my words. After all, we have plenty of time. I can't hear you, blah blah blah. I don't want anything to do with you. Don't even think about bringing me to your side. You're gonna spend the rest of your days rotting in here, got it? I'm out. Hope I never see you again. I got out of the prison like I was running away. I forgot for a moment how dangerous that person really is. They are the traitor that tried to ruin the Ark project. The things they did by swaying the heart of others, I must never forget. But I was surprised. I thought I was all alone. I thought I was going to be all alone, but I suppose not. Of course, that person is a betrayer and a prisoner. We have no reason to meet. But the fact that I'm not alone in this frozen world. Oh no. Phoenix, you fucked up. That explains why the lab was randomly empty after you did that observation thing. You were talking to him. Slash her. Okay, so that's what happened. I was wondering why it just randomly didn't have Phoenix in some of these. He went to go talk to this thing. She went to go talk. I guess Phoenix is actually a she. Wow, I'm almost done. I think I already read this. Oh, definitely already read this. Okay, so this is... I know when this... Okay. So this is the new one. Okay, so this is after he started regretting. So I must have gotten this on my last successful clear, not the one that I just did, but the one before. Run 1. The first run was so far so smooth. I'm writing a memo to check the variety of variables that can happen during a mission. Lucy is probably asleep at the starting point by now. I might be able to see her at the Twisted Lands around noon tomorrow. No hard feelings on her. This is what Lucy wanted. Run 2. Right after the loop, I'm teleported to the Master's room. It must be my designated starting point. I can't do anything except go out into the Ark from this spot. The Program Master is currently sleeping inside the crystal. Seriously freaks me out every time I see it. So Zar has access to the... Okay. Run 4. No significant changes happened to Lucy yet. On the 4th... It is the 4th run, but it's hard to take Lucy to the Twisted Lands. Really? You stopped caring after a few. It took 4 days for the last run, but it took over a week this time. I brought Lucy down to it somehow, but she gets scared at the end. She does nothing. Different from what I expected. Maybe she doesn't like the fact that she is the girl of prophecy and the savior of the world. Lucy keeps trying to evade her responsibilities and run away from it. Why is that? I can't understand her. Lucy is a hero. Doesn't she want to be a hero? Does she prefer to become a kid A rather than a hero? I've tried so hard to save the world after accepting the grand destiny. But I would have tried so hard to save the world after accepting the grand destiny if I were Lucy. Run 9. I talked with the investigation team once in a while in the Ark. We usually repeat the same conversations every loop. It's interesting how they reply with a new pattern depending on my reaction. There's one new fact I've noticed. The investigation team regards their past memory as a dream. Phoenix told me that the past memory, so it's incomplete. I feel like it's a dream. It told me not to worry about it, since it wouldn't cause a big contradiction, but I should keep that in mind just in case. Run 14. I feel a particular will from Lucy. Lucy constantly questions her mission to run the clock tower and save the world. She started saying yes from some point. Lucy's changing for sure. We will be able to complete this world without a problem at this rate. Lucy's changing me more motivated to go down to the Twisted Lands. She finally defeated Joker at the Bloody Park. She got defeated after being surrounded by horses and clockwork dolls right after, though. What a shame. Lucy could have gone further if she got luckier. Lucy's getting better day by day. I was worried at first. But the repeated experiences are indeed stacked into her subconscious mind. This feels fresh. I get happy whenever Lucy gets better. I shouldn't be too motivated, though. This is part of the game. My purpose is... still. I feel better than I've expected. We're finally picking up on how to use the skills correctly. Illusion Sword can be applied in endless ways. More incredible moves might be possible if I do this right. It isn't just Lucy who's growing. I'm getting more substantial as well. I don't know how long it has since I began to feel this level of satisfaction. But I should remember, everything here is fake. I should accept this fake world even if it's so real. Run 300. It's been a while since I left a memo here. I have an idea that's messing my mind. I have a mission, an important mission, that the program master entrusted to me. Since I don't want to go against it. But is this really what I want? If so, am I only living on for that purpose? Is it okay for me to live on like this? I don't have an answer for it. Perhaps I won't be able to answer for the rest of my lifetime. I wish I was the czar of the investigation team. That way I wouldn't have to think about it anymore. So that's his regrets. This is the last thing. I feel like my head is gonna burst. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Of course, my reason is obvious. It's because I spoke with Klein. Yes, after that guy mentioned the master, terrible headache came back. With those headaches, glimpses of my memories seem to have returned to me. Even looking at that crystal brings up memories I don't want to remember. What? What did I even forget? What did I forget? Why am I trying to remember? No. Those memories are best left buried. I can't know exactly what they are, but if I remember them, I don't think I'll be able to continue my existence as the Ark Investigator Azar. If that happens, I will... In order to live as myself, my longing for the truth grows bigger and bigger. My. No wonder he's been in an awful condition lately. That guy's been riddled with difficult thoughts. It's because of Klein, isn't it? Well, I understand Azar's position. He wants to deny the fact that it'd be convenient for him to think that way. Give up. Do whatever you want. Doesn't concern me anyway. I don't mind, as long as I can keep living here forever. Okay, so the only hint I got was a potion that can bring back old memories. So there's that. And then I gotta go to the Crimson Wildlands again. Can you teach me how to fight now? Okay. Man, you went from being a trickster to a depressed person. Oh. Azar, where are you going? Just wait here a moment. Well, I gotta follow him. I have to do something in the Twisted Lands. I'll be back soon. It's dangerous to go out alone. I'll help. Let's go together. Together? Well, guess it's fine. Alright, let's get going then. Oh, it's just me and Azar. Let's go straight ahead. Okay, so it's still a normal map. Azar, is he gonna be fine on his own? Maybe there's something I can do to help. She can pick up a sword! I think I can use this. Let's see, what's that? What are you trying to do with it? Azar, it must be hard fighting everything yourself. I'll help you. Let's fight together. You want to fight? Yep. I can fight too. Alright, it's decided then. Let's fight together. But don't you think there are better options than a wooden sword? Here, take this dagger. I used it quite a bit back in the old days. No thanks, I'll just use this one. It feels comfortable. Is that so? Well, if that's what you think. But don't overdo it, alright? Okay. Who would have thought Lucy would have volunteered to fight? With a flimsy wooden sword at that. I'm a bit worried. Let's see how it goes. This is probably because I read his notes. Oh, okay. Looks like she's a healer. She's got DPS fixed though. She's actually fairly strong too. Holy shit. This remember this episode that memories from the previous loop remain in her subconscious. Therefore, she gained combat ability comparable to that of other investigators. Apply step buff on the last drawn ally skill. Whenever you play a skill with step, increase standby count by 1. Standby can be used to remove overload from all characters. Holy shit, that's good. She's actually kind of cracked. She can remove overload just by that, and just having her as a combatant is better than her being a drawer. Well, the Lucy Curse skill doesn't do anything. Their shop. Probably not. Yeah, that's all I need. Oh my god, that's so good. How long does that last? Oh, it's just a one-turn thing. I kind of like her as a character. Like, as a combatant, she's really good. Can't recruit anyone. Yeah, she's more accurate and more critical friendly than him too. Free damage is always good. Nice. Oh, actually, I can. Okay. Oh, whoops, I should have done that first, right? Whatever. A quick step on the one skill drawing or prioritizing other allies. Quick step is counted as a step buff. Realistically, it didn't do anything anyways. Oh, I don't have a key. I do have a shit ton of money though. More money, more problems. An infinite skill book's probably for the best. What do we got? Acceleration step. So this is used before step. Yeah, I might as well just play around with her skills. Mana potion. That is absolutely busted for her. So many skill books too. That's really good. It's basically a one-term screw you button. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that for now. Still fishing for potions. Time just 1 right now. Why not? Why didn't that reset? Oh, respite. Right. May have exactly 1 brain cell. And that. I'm gonna shop at anything else I wanted, right? Oh, this is gonna be a cakewalk. LOL. Concentrated, bro. First standby used this turn. Well, obviously I have to use this. I don't have any sword buffs, so let's just do this. I don't know what it does, but sure. Hit a step. Press and slash. Blitz step. Use it myself. I've got 4 standbys. You're so fucking dead. Another blitz step, because why not? It's funnier that way. Oh, dude, Lucy is so good. Sure. Well, I have essentially no need for money, so I guess it's time to start. So I'm only gearing up 2 people. I can just use that from free keys and shit. I am running out of time, though. Sucks. I kind of want to see this through to the end. Crimson Wildlands. Actually, I guess I didn't see a vending machine, so the Crimson Wilderness is currently locked. I'll take a 50-50 shot. Yes. And I dodged the debuff. Perfect. Not that matter, because that would have saved me right there. Oh. CC resists by 85%. So the flashbang actually has a 50% chance to stun if I go to the wildlands. This tells me I can because it's not interactable. That sucks. That also sucks. Die. Oh, I can't apply. Okay, I can't apply step on my own. So she works better with a full party. Also, I probably should be leveling up my characters, huh? This could be a good combo with her stuff. Keep the chain going a little bit longer with her extra power. But it also cause overload, so I really wish I could just apply that. I guess if one of these are transfer scrolls. Okay, that's not a transfer scroll. That's a swiftness scroll. I'll take that. That's a transfer scroll. Let's go. Oh, we already have... Oh, it's already revealed. Where's the, I transferred. Where's my... Oh, there it is. less unfortunate. That's good. That probably would have sucked. I have a step. Well, if I get access to the Crimson Wildlands and I don't lose the 4 EXP, I'm not going to complain. I don't have an easy way to heal. That's not a shop. That's a shop. This, these both suck. I mean, at least I got a bunch of lifestone stuff on her. What that does, no one knows, but hey. Sucks that Azar is actually a really good character. I just refused to use him after he went psycho on me once. Alright, so the Crimson Wildlands is open. They're both level 4, so mana is actually kind of useful here. Oh, I get it every time I increase. Okay. Yeah, I actually do need more stuff on Azure. Okay, tank, so healing is fucked right now. Oh, I do have step. I'm stupid. Can I have a heal, please? No, concentrate below. Man, this tank ain't nothing. What's the heal I was trying to fish for? Yeah, let's give it to Azar. It's like they gave me +1 attack, right? Or they give me +2? +1, okay. There we go. No more rare skills can be learned. Youch. Lucy, wait. This way, follow me. Oh, this is how I was supposed to discover the place in the first place. Huh. Let's do this and this. Oh, that's perfect. Wait. Hello? Oh. Okay, no active item. I've already done this. It still wants me to keep going. So it's safer to say that a czar story bullshit is what actually unlocked this. I think I'm gonna have to stop here. Just because I have work in 10 minutes. There's no way I can get through all these fights. Thank you, EG and Sacrificial Toast, for stopping by. And I should be live tomorrow around the same time. Assuming that the storm that's supposed to pick up in, I think it was 10 hours from now, doesn't knock out power. Yeah, 10 hours from now. It's just an inch an hour for 7 hours with gusts up to 45 miles per hour. Yikes. Yeah, so that might knock out some powers. That's what I was knocked out my power yesterday. Originally, I wasn't going to stream tomorrow, but since I didn't stream yesterday, I'm going to stream tomorrow. Peace out. And thanks again.